Oh well. It's already gone out now. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And this one. Need to look at this more. I need to see. There is something I need to review with that. Let's see. I do need a cipher with a mode where the initialization vector is kept the same, potentially. Either that or I just need a hash with salts, but we'll look into that as we go. Valid key sizes. Yeah, I figured that one out. That was just, my example was, I was checking for something in the wrong place. Okay. Wrong return. Yeah. That's good. Do want to get that in, but I don't want to do it right now. Oh, there's so much zig I want to do. I want to get ziggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting ziggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Zig build. All right, we're going to close out these tabs. Think I transitioned this to a repository? No? Okay. I think I might want to put, I'm not sure. I think the Zig UUID v7, I think I'm going to want to put it in the POSIX organization. All right, sandbox URLs. Do you want to do that? Notes on PCI compliance. We probably got 10 of those open. Payment gateway processor. We got 10 of those open. Goals. We're getting back to that. PG UUID v7. I don't think I care. I don't think I care enough to do it. Well, you know, maybe I'll link to this. Let me go link to this. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. Pew! Oh no. Am I gonna have to click on pictures of traffic lights? Please tell me no. Oh, phew. It just let me in this time. Excellent. Excellent. I always prefer it when it lets me in. And it doesn't make me click on pictures of traffic lights. Oh, and we need to get the music started too. Let's get the music started. I get so frustrated with the fake copyright claims. It's just not worth it. You know, it's so frustrating. It's not worth it. They're winning. They get the money for my videos. So if you happen to watch an ad on YouTube, I don't get the money for it because of the music. By the way, that like the copy, it's not legitimate copyright claims. It's not copyright claims against the music I'm playing. It's just bogus copyright claims. And I just don't have the time to fight it, you know? I just don't have the time. They win. What do you call that? A war of attrition? When you win simply by wearing down your opponent because they just don't have the moral fortitude to withstand your unending badgering. So they get the money. It's kind of stupid, you know? Every single video. I mean, not that I expect to make money on these videos. It's not like, oh wow, this is the best content ever. I can't. Yeah, AJ's got to make all the monies. No. But it's just frustrating. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Oh, and okay, Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. No, I'm not doing that right now. Let me bring this back up. I gotta look at some other things. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that now. All right. So what are we doing? Well, I'm creating some fixtures. I'm gonna have to do a little bit on the screen you see. It always gets confusing which direction we're pointing because the angle of the camera is off from the angle that I'm actually at. And then I'm gonna have to do some things on the other screen. But the goal is that I actually want to design this in such a way that I would like to be able to work on this in production and doing my normal debugging. Looking at tables, select star. Let's see. I would like to be able to do that in such a way that I could code live in production. I don't know if this is a good idea. I'm not saying that it's a good idea. I'm not saying this is the future, this is the way. I'm just saying it's something I'd like to try. I'd like to see what it's like. How good or terrible is it to have lots and lots of data encrypted and working with that data? For example, how often do I really need to see the person's name? Can I just encrypt the first name, last name of the customers? I could encrypt the addresses table. Do we really need to see anything more than, say, the zip code? Do I need to see line 1 and line 2? Do I need to see people's phone numbers? Do we need to search by that? Because if we need to search by it, then we need to do probably one-way not one-way encryption, not one-way hash. We need to use a restricted initialization vector. And that's fine. Typically you're supposed to do random initialization vectors because you don't want the same data encrypted twice to have the same value. You don't want a known plaintext attack to occur. But in this scenario, I don't think that is what matters. So anyway, we'll get started by doing some fixtures. Hey everybody, how's it going? Feel free to chime in and say hello and all that good stuff. Oh, do we have music going this way? Let me try. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let me move some of this stuff over here. I can never figure out which way I want all my stuff to go. I do need to take that back in the house. This actually does belong over here to that. That I'm going to throw away as soon as I just took out the trash. When I dispose of credit cards, I cut the whatchamadoodle, the microchip in half, and I try to get it like actually the microchip, because the microchip is 1/20th the size of the pad, and so I try to cut the microchip in half, and then I throw away part of it 1 week and the other part another week, and so I've got some old credit cards I got to dispose of that I got to do that with. That I've already gotten rid of the one half. I gotta get rid of the other half and stuff like that. Anyway, all right. So we're gonna create some fixtures. I had here examples, pay gateway, and what I wanted to do was actually be able to. I need to do the query for insert into pay gateways, and so we're gonna take a look at that. And I actually want to look at Postgres encryption and see what that's like. Because it may be possible. Okay. Stored encrypted. Let me read through this a little bit. If the system administrator for the server's machine cannot be trusted, it is necessary for the client to encrypt the data. This way, the unencrypted data never appears on the database. Data is encrypted on the client before sending it to the server, and the database results have to be decrypted on the client before being used. Okay. The PG crypto module allows for certain fields to be stored encrypted. This is useful if only some of the data is sensitive. The client supplies the decryption key, and the data is decrypted on the server and then sent to the client. I have to understand what that looks like. I want to try this. I want to try a column that is encrypted this way to see what it looks like when I select here. I think what it will show up as unencrypted. So that would not be what I want. Password encryption, encryption for specific columns, data partition. Storage encryption can be performed at the file system level or the block level. Linux file system, yeah. Block level encryption, blah, blah, blah. Mechanism unencrypted. And we're already using encrypted. All of the data that we're using is encrypted. All of the drives are encrypted. SSL, host authentication. Okay. So this is, I don't think there's anything new here that I didn't know about, but I do want to see what PG crypto looks like. General hashing, raw encryption functions, general hashing functions now, HMAC, password hashing functions. Okay, crypt. Okay. Nope, that's not it, I don't think. Symmetric key. Okay, I'll remember to do that later. Got a message from somebody. I just need to. I don't actually want to respond to it right yet. I'm going to forget about it. Maybe I'll remember. Okay, symmetric encrypt. Cipher. Okay. Huh. I wonder, could we compress before we encrypt? Probably wouldn't make a difference. Okay. So I don't see anything in here that it was talking about over here. Encryption for specific columns. So there it was talking about row level encryption. I want to know about column level encryption. Okay. Okay, so it's actually row level encryption. It's not column level encryption. Because row level encryption would be you can choose which rows are encrypted. And that, I would say that's what this is, because every time you run the query, you are explicitly choosing for that row to get encrypted, for the columns in that row. Yeah, I don't know if this really buys me anything. Other than that, if I need to do a query decrypted, I can. PGP SIM encrypt. What does this have, ups or downs? No, I don't think this person's correct, actually. Let's see if do they have any upvotes? No, it doesn't look like there's any upvotes on that. Yeah, I don't think this person's correct because you don't use public key encryption in order to exchange a symmetric cipher. You don't. You wouldn't. I don't think what this person's saying makes sense. Yeah. Okay, I like this example.
I'll be waiting for you. If you come here, you'll find me. I promise.
I'll be here too. It's a promise.
All right, value text, insert into values, test value.
Sure. But she left. Just disappeared.
That does not make sense to me. Encrypted data. So I'm inserting into test encrypt, but I did not do anything.
Taken away.
Update test encrypt. Set value equals select hash value from encrypted data. So I think this is actually, I don't think that this is AES. Because if there, yeah, this is not actually, this is hashing, so that it's unfortunate naming. But this was, I don't know if the meaning of the words changed over time, but you'll notice a lot of this in the 90s where the terms hashing and encrypting are used interchangeably when that's not the case.
I don't know what to do. For the first time, I
Okay, that's good.
which way to go.
Yeah.
I've fallen
Okay.
for you.
All right, so I actually want to try doing PGP SIM encrypt.
Just supposed to let you go.
Hmm. My guess. Yeah, I think we encrypt all identifying information. We encrypt most of the password table. I wonder if the PGP encryption would allow us to compare two values that are the same. They're identical. No, not general hashing functions. Maybe the thing is it's called column level encryption because you are encrypting just one column from the row. Okay. I'm good with that. Well, bless me. Yo, Paul, what's up? You don't look old enough to be on YouTube, my friend. Packet containing a session key. A little confused. I think the term session here might not mean what I think it means.
Next time, we'll meet for sure.
Options. Okay. And the options are? Good. AES 128. That's what I want to know. We don't need to waste a bunch of time. Zip compression. Okay. Okay, these are really old docs. These are really old. Okay, let's take a look at the current version, shall we? Okay, yeah, this is Diffner. We can go back to 14 if we need to. But yeah, some of that stuff didn't make sense. Now let's look and see if these are still the same options. It looks like this is the same. Still only allows... Well, SHA-1 is pretty fast. MD5, I don't think that it's a good idea to use MD5 anymore, but it's wicked fast, so maybe it's not so bad. What was the point of this? Digest? Let's see. Because it is possible to do targeted MD5 attacks. It's not possible to do targeted SHA-1 attacks. The only attacks that have been done against SHA-1, as far as I am aware, are birthday collisions. And that's just the nature of key space. That's not earth-shattering news or like, oh, there's a major vulnerability. It's just there's so many things. There's so many of the things that there are. All right. Oh, raw encryption functions.
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out. That's the plan. Yeah, well,
They don't handle text. All right, that sounds good to me.
all right, I'm in.
Yeah, I actually like this much better for my purposes. So the key is a byte array. That's great. That's what I want. All right, what else we got here? So, okay. AS, CBC, PAD, PKCS. That's great. Okay, let's look at performance. I am curious how Postgres handles the IV. I don't think we're going to be querying the address that often, but we would be querying, say, profile information quite often. Okay, so it looks like very little difference. Encryption enabled. This is like 10% or something? Is that what we're saying? In the realm of 10 to 20%? Okay. Let's see what else. Nope, nope. Yep, of course. Yeah, it gave me no information. So the one thing that caught me about the PGP functions that I really didn't like. Hold on. A little backfire there. Is that it says that it's going to, for every session, which I think means every time you use it, if I read the documentation correctly, it's going to be doing these hashing functions, but that just doesn't seem good. It seems like I would want to do the key hashing up in my database layer and then not worry about it. I do wonder how. I'll have to check and see Do we do binary strings, or what do we do? What do we do to use... Right, let me ask this. Okay. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? All right. Yeah, what would we get back? The result is a buffer. Really? All right, let's try this. Let's look for node Postgres byte array. Okay, that doesn't tell me any information. Okay. I think this one's going to be the winner. All right, so we could just play around with this. Okay, let's look at this. Postgres temporary tables. Okay. Interesting. That begs the questions. Are temporary tables in memory? So what I'm thinking about is, could we have a way to make a view where you have to provide like okay, can I provide, okay, let me describe what I like to do. I'd like to use a value from a temporary table as the encryption key, decryption key for a query. Is there a way to do this? Okay. Okay, cool. Wait, how's this different? Okay. Can I create a view using a temporary table? Because this is my thought, is that I could have the encrypted table, but then I could have the sensitive table. Okay, so then this could be parameterized. I don't think a function's going to work out. Or maybe it would. Okay. In the view plus CTE example, could I parameterize the encryption key. Oh. Okay. Select star from get decrypted users. Okay, so I can get a function to return a table. Alright, so the question is, how could it be ergonomic? Hey, what's up, Lenny? How could it be ergonomic to have the data encrypted, but to be able to decrypt it, but not expose the decryption key? This is the question. Okay. I'm going to be live streaming while working on a production database with SSNs and credit cards. Okay, let's pretend. I want to design the database so that I can make queries without accidentally showing sensitive information. I plan to encrypt on various fields. I need a way to be able to load the encryption key as part of a session without ever showing the decryption key. Is there a way I could preload it on Connect? Well, maybe the better thing to do would be to have some views and not access the raw database. So the views just omit username, blah, 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 blah. because things I'm not going to query on. Okay. Let's learn about this. Okay. This makes me think that I'd want to use the database password. Oh, interesting. That's good to know. This is a good article. All right, can I create a view that uses a current setting then? Oh, cool. Nice. Okay, great. Well, this certainly gives me some food for thought. Okay. Okay. So I could have views that have decryption information. Okay, I like that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message there, Dylan. Is this back in development? Yes, I'm looking at some database stuff. Set my decryption key. Okay. So trade-offs here. I gotta consider this. So basically, we would not want to use this as the encryption key for highly sensitive data, like anything related to the credit card. But we might want to use this for less sensitive data. Like email addresses, URLs, etc. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I think that answers my question.
I'm stuck on the offense. I'm trying so hard not to lose. It needs to be confessed. My troubles were repressed, and now I'm just left here confused.
Looks interesting. Are you writing logic at the DB layer or app logic? So the two blend together. The logic for the most part, the functional logic, I like to keep. The business logic, I like to keep in the application. I think that's the right thing to do. I don't believe that any of the experiments in storing business logic in the database have been particularly successful. However, actually I'm going to change the song because it's got lyrics and I don't like that while I'm coding. However, there is some amount of logic that goes into the database, depending on how you're defining the logic, but executable logic. For example, the conversion between a byte array and base 32 or base 64 or hexadecimal. So that logic, it seems like it should be fine for that to be in the database. So there's a few different things I'm kind of toying with, trying to understand.
Dinner time, dinner crime.
Dinner crime? I don't need any dinner crime, honey. Okay.
It's here.
Thank you, Honene.
Where can I put it? It's hot.
Beautiful wife, beautiful life. Thanks.
The soup itself is not very hot, but the bowl.
All right, thank you, honey.
You bring them a grape. Oh, look at the food.
A grape for me?
Uh-huh.
Can I have it? Thanks, buddy. Come here.
Good job, dude.
It makes me so happy.
Hmm?
It makes me so happy.
I'm so glad you're happy. Thank you, son. I'm gonna have to close the door here soon. It's getting dark out. I'm afraid of flies coming in. Although I think most of them finally left. There were a ton went in here earlier. I took out my little trash. I work in a shed. It's just done up a little nicer than the kind of shed that you might use as a tool shed. I mean, it is a tool shed, but it was purpose built to be an office. Okay, so I'm going to sit and think on this for a minute. I'm going to take a few bites. I'm going to mute myself while I take bites so that those people with a genetic defect that hearing food causes them physical pain. Well, actually, no. They're just going to have to deal with it. You have a... Please, in the chat, raise your hand if you have the physical defect where hearing other people eat food causes you pain. The genetic defect, I meant to say. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that some people have a genetic defect where hearing the sound of people eating causes them physical pain? My wife is one of them. Let's see. Oh, so good. Okay. So I have to think about this. Balance complexity. What's the best way to write APIs? How do you organize your logic? Well, I have thoughts. Two things come to mind. Okay, we got Matt Ryer. How I write HTTP web services after 8 years. And it applies to the business logic too. Matt Ryer, how I write HTTP services. He's got one, something like after 12 years. He's got an update. Let me see if I can find Matt Ryer blog. Ugh. Medium. Rouse. Seriously? Come on, man. Okay, well, it looks like there's a ton of stuff here. Infinite scroll is the worst. Just get... If it's less than 10,000, just load the whole thing on the page. Okay, so this is his new blog. After 13 years. There we go. This is the one that I wanted. So you can check that out. And then there are my own thoughts. And I haven't read this one yet. It's on my to-do list. I've got a tool that will read for me. Because, you know, I can't be bothered to read. Not some pleb reading. As I said here, read documentation. Anyway. Fly, go away. Now the fly came. The fly came back. Back on Creeds of Craftsmanship. Was it Creeds of Craftsmanship? Or is it GPT script? I think it's in GPT script. IS... Was it... I actually want to pin this issue. Okay. So this is my own personal way of explaining that's more, I think, about the logic than the APIs. Oh, whoops. I think I gave a presentation on this. Let me see if I can find... Let me see if I can find that real quick, and then I'll give you the overview. But I'll try to find the resources first. I think I gave this back in these days. Okay, Utah JS. Oh, it was Utah Node.js. Okay, there's this one. I actually got to link that over in here. So next time I go to reference it... Wait, where did it go? There we go. Oh, it was linked right here. Bah. So here's this one. Oh, here's the video. So I think the most important thing is to keep storage and messaging separate from business logic. Business logic is the most likely to change. I argue that you should not put business logic in a model, which is the term that people often use. You know, these terms get used in different ways. People often use the term model to describe the storage layer. Do not put business logic in the storage layer, because business logic is going to change. The storage layer should be very, very thin. In general, the strongest abstraction is the one that makes the fewest assumptions. The weakest abstraction is the one that leaks the most information. So, when you design your APIs for your libraries or whatever, if there's something where it seems like you need to pass in a storage library or a network request or anything like that, don't do it. Instead, at the layer up above, you probably need to write 3 lines of code instead of 1. You need to write the line of code that does the preamble, prepares the data. Then you write the code that contacts the network or the database or whatever and gets the result. And then you write the code that handles it. A lot of people want to write it, especially, why they want to put it in their model. They want to write it so that the logic that surrounds the data fetching is, that puts it away in one function. The problem then is you can't test that anymore. Or if you want to test it, now you have to mock a database. And that's no fun. And it's not like I'm hardcore on testing, but there is a relationship between things that are easy to test and things that are easy to refactor and to update business logic for. So, in a way, the relationships you have in your database are business logic. So the business logic is everywhere because business logic is the reason you're doing the thing. But the more highly specific the business logic is, the more likely it is to change. Things that are really generic are less likely to change. Or if they are changing, they're changing from a 0 to 1. You're adding something new. That's usually not a problem. Or you're changing from a 1 to 1 or more. And that is oftentimes a very obnoxious change. Yeah. Yeah, because you have to understand the difference between engineering and marketing, right? Most people who are really successful with their blogs and with their Twitter and all of that, they're not great engineers. They're not great programmers. A lot of them aren't even good programmers. They're good at marketing, and that is why they capture the market, because they're good at marketing. And okay, so the first tier is the blind leading the blind. More people who don't know what they're doing are creating content than people who know what they're doing, because the people who know what they're doing are busy doing it. The people who don't know what they're doing aren't busy doing it, but they create content about it. And then that bleeds through into the second tier, which is that the people who are busy doing what they're doing and good at it are making their money off of doing it. But the people who are good at marketing themselves are making money off of marketing themselves. So it's an unfortunate paradox, but there are some people who are both popular and good. So one example of this is the Primeagen. The Primeagen is incredibly popular. I can tell you, he is an S-tier programmer. Okay? He is top notch. You will rarely find someone better than him. And all of his self-deprecation about like, oh, I'm not that smart. Oh, I don't know how to do this. It's not, I don't believe it's false humility, but I believe that it is ignorance. So in a way, he's right. He does not know how much he knows. And he has this approach that's a very humble approach, which is very good for him. But I will tell you, he is top tier. He is really good at analyzing, understanding, etc. There's another person who is on the same level as Prime in social media, it seems. He has no idea what he's doing. He is total sales bro turned to tech bro or something. I don't know. I tried to watch some of his videos and I just realized so quickly, this guy really doesn't know what he's doing. He's just great at capturing an audience. Another person, you know, when you look at Matt Ryer and some people like that, it's very fortunate that Matt Ryer has become as popular as he has with some of his educational material. Quincy Dodds is someone, I don't agree with everything he says. I think, like Primeagen, I agree with just about everything he says. There's hardly a time I disagree with him, and when I disagree with him, it's on something different. But anyway, Quincy Dodds I disagree with a lot, but his material is really excellent. Okay. Business logic is part of a DB transaction. Is it not more difficult to separate those? It's not. It's the I know that there are cases where it feels that way, but think about it instead of just fetching the data you need, getting the IDs, and making the fetch again for the next set of data you need. You will end up with, you won't be abstracting that away. In your, let's say, if it was a web API, in your route that's handling that, where you might normally have an abstraction where it's, okay, all we're really doing here is just parsing the data, validating it, make sure that the data is ready to enter into the system of the business logic and pass it through. There might be times where you find that you implement more in that layer because it's, okay, I'm going to call a function that does a bunch of business logic. Then I'm going to call some function that does some storage or messaging. And I might loop through. So I would say just remove the abstraction. That is a case where if your route happens to grow longer, so be it. But encapsulate your business logic in their own functions that are testable and go that route. I mean, it sounds like you kind of understand this already. Okay. I'm not going to reveal who I'm talking about. But why do you jump to the Theo conclusion? I've had someone else jump to that conclusion as well. I'm interested to know what makes you think that. So anyway. Okay. So let's put this up on there for a second while I continue eating. I probably should have just gone in and ate with my family, darn it. I mean, since I'm not doing work while I'm eating. Oops. So, model as storage. Don't think of model as model because people, I don't know why people put business logic. I know why they do it. It's the whole ORM craze and pretending like you don't have to know SQL. But essentially, model is storage, view is presentation, controller is the testable stuff. In presentation, you got to think about it not just web APIs, but in the CLI, what you're logging is your presentation. In web APIs, your JSON is your presentation. In GUIs, your render is your presentation. Models are dead. We don't actually switch databases. Views are dead. We're not doing that stuff anymore. Controllers are dead. Categorization. Oh, this is one that is frustrating. The idea that that you should. This is just so ridiculous. It's so sad that this ever started. But why in the world would you separate up your gizmos in, your gizmo model in the models folder, your gizmo views in the views folder, your gizmo controller in the controllers folder? This is beyond silly. It's very apparent if you think about it at the slightest. You should have a gizmo folder that has the view for your gizmo and stuff. The one exception to that is the routing, and that's what one of the things Matt Ryer talks about. Interesting. I forgot that I just quoted people at random without. I do kind of agree with this. So I think this is good. You want to put your unique value in a place. And one of the reasons that the thing you're talking about becomes more commonplace these days is because people have less and less unique value in their business. They outsource so much that their controller, in many cases, doesn't have any valuable logic in it. It's just, well, I'm going to connect to this service, and I'm going to connect to that service, and I'm going to connect to this service. But the business itself doesn't have any unique or special value. Oh, optimizing for throwing it away. That's something that's important. I'm actually going to skip through this code example because I'm not actually giving this presentation right now. Code is for humans. Code is for dumb humans. We break ideas into paragraphs. Code should read like paragraphs. Yes. So maybe go through this presentation. Maybe watch this presentation. I might watch it again and see if I still feel the same way that I did when I wrote it. My ideas change and subtly over the years, but they don't change drastically. They get refined. Code shouldn't need comments. Yeah, that's true. But let me see. Can I get to where I say, okay, storage, the component, the view controllers, the global router. Yeah, the global router does break. The router is categorically different. And this is something that Express seemed to get right, but then the frameworks that have come out later all get wrong. You do not want your router down in the component. That's like, this is, you know, having things grouped by component, good. Having your router in the component is actually really bad. And again, Matt Ryer can talk to this better than I can. So there's, I would really encourage anyone to write a CLI for their web app. That will help you so much in understanding where the natural data boundaries are. Because it can be confusing when all you're doing is spitting out to React. You end up writing PHP on the front end and the back end just in another language. You end up with a lot of spaghetti. But when you say, okay, we're going to have an API and we're going to have a CLI and we're going to have a GUI, then everything just naturally sets itself, and you set yourself up for so much easier testing and debugging when all the tools you need are at your fingertips. You know, you just run a command to see something. And that's part of what I was talking about at the start of this before I started eating dinner. Red, green refactor. That's an emergent design principle. Let's see. I don't know if I came up with the term ISLR Israel. Not that just happened to be. What did I call? Why did I call it ISLR? I wanted a different term. Israel just happened to work. And that wasn't, you know, I call it Isler. Okay, it was Dan Shapir. He's Israeli. And he thought that it would be cool to do ISRL, Israel. But it's ISLR. And the R is for router. And it's the interactions, the storage, and the logic. I think that's what it was. Interaction. Oh, shape. Okay, yeah. Anyway. All right, I'll get back to comments here. I don't know if that was a typo. I'm going to search that word real quick. Controversial. Well, I'm all for controversy. I think we need more controversy. I think that Prime is magical and that he is so humble and non-controversial. But I think that we need controversy. Polemic. That's fine. But you just have to be able to back up your opinions really well. I actually got one of my JavaScript Jabber episodes got primed, and this was before I loved him. I didn't really know who he was. I just started hearing about him all the time, and then we got a reaction. And I'd basically skipped a sentence. I was explaining something, thought the thing in my head, skipped a sentence, and continued. But it was like one of those key sentences, and rewatching it, I can see where the moment happened that like things got a little bit off track and we started talking past each other. So Prime reacted to that. That was me and Lane. And then Prime, you know, basically said, I don't understand this take. I don't understand it. But he stopped watching it moments before the clarifying portion came. So, you know, I got clipped as 30 seconds or whatever. But the clarifying piece of information that gave context was about 2 minutes before or about 30 seconds after where he stopped the clip. So that was sad. But I did try to clarify. It was about Go. Because I was talking about the unique value of Go was never realized. because of the way things change. And I think that I was speaking with too much assumption about what people know about Go and what people know about JavaScript, and the intersect of people who know Go and JavaScript really well, I think is actually fairly small. And I had skipped over like a core idea. I just skipped over saying it. Like I thought it in my head, and then I said the next thing, and it didn't. And I understand why it didn't make sense. Anyway. Hey, Cherry, welcome back. I'm just finishing up some dinner and having a little bit of conversation in the meantime. I was also showing some slides from a presentation I did a while back. Oh, this isn't another big one. Super controversial. But again, just like any basic scrutiny is going to lead you to the same conclusion. When people destructure their imports, they start naming things really poorly and then reduplicating. Reduplicating meaning when you say something again. When you really say it. Literally is reduplication. What? See, this is so weird. Because you can't tell at a glance where stuff came from. This is something that Zig gets so right, Go gets so right. All the languages that have, with was taken out of JavaScript for a good reason. But then you've got some modern languages like Rust have the equivalent of with, where it's, we're not going to define what namespace this thing belongs to. We're going to import an entire namespace. Good luck, have fun figuring out which of these functions. So you basically include star from trigonometry and then include star from algebra. And then you're looking at a function and it's like, what does this come from? Or you include star MP3 and include star M4A, then play audio. Where do I go to debug this or look for the documentation? And the other one's play sound, Oh, you haven't seen my screen this whole time? Oh, no. Oh, you haven't seen my screen this whole time. You're right. Hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that happens every once in a while. Yeah, oops. It's just a state, some sort of state bug. They're probably using React. They're definitely not using React in OBS. I gotta shut the door. Hold on just a second. But every once in a while, OBS just quits updating the screen. Well, it's actually weirder than that. It quasi updates the screen. Like it gets stuck in a particular application view or something. Anyway, I found the solution is just to open up and then check and uncheck show mouse cursor, which is really weird, right? But that's the solution. Okay, give me 5 minutes. I need to go pee. I'm going to throw up my BRB and my timer. And I'm not really going to take 15 minutes, but I just got to go take care of business real quick. Where'd my glasses go? I'll take them with me. I might as well take in my bowl since I'm done. All right. And we're back. After these messages, we'll be right back. Oh, you gotta be in your 30s and 40s to appreciate that. Oh man, that's so weird. I'm headed up on the 40s. That's so weird. I swear to you, in my mind, I am still 16 to this day. 17, actually. But, like, I just... Except, I don't know, I wasn't so jaded when I was 17. Anyway. Probably using rack. Yeah. Alright, so anyway, shall we continue on with tonight's agenda? So I was looking at Postgres stuff, and I'm trying to think, I think this is actually a really good test. It could be a really bad idea, but I'm trying to figure it out. So I want to be able to build this even when it's in production. I want to be able to do it on stream. And so that changes what I think about encryption. It changes what I think about developer aesthetics, because I want to be able to do something on this screen over here. And then we go back to this screen. Most of the time I want to be working with the regular tables, because I don't want to create special views for looking at data that is the sanitized data. I want to create special views for looking at the unsanitized data, because I make mistakes. So if we can make it so the default is that sensitive data, that personally identifiable information, the whole addresses table, the whole, well, there's not that much in the customers table itself, but I want to see what's it like if we encrypt it or hash it. How can we do that by default? So for example, a username. It'd be really weird to do this. I would not want to do this. I think this would actually be a really bad idea. But imagine a username. Rather than storing the username, store the hash of the username. If you know the username, it's perfectly identifiable. But, things like that. Anyway, I'll just get on with it. But I need to learn about this .pgrc real quick. That was the thing I was looking at last. How's everybody doing tonight? Okay. So one more time, I'll plop this link down. Y'all didn't see it, but I've got the slides that I was showing that you couldn't see because my screen was frozen. And then I got this stuff here. That video. Anyway. I got Creeds of Craftsmanship. This one pops up automated on the channel every so often. Okay. And it may turn out to be a bad idea, and if it does, then I can do a migration that decrypts the data. I already know kind of how I want to do that, because all of the sensitive information in the tables is going to start with a $sign. So anything that would be considered PII, the field name is going to start with a $sign. And then I'll have all of those keys will be swapped in the application layer so that they get a wrapped value. And I think anything that needs to be encrypted will have a double $sign. Well, sorry. There's sensitive and then there's unreadable. So sensitive information I don't want to display. Anyway. Well, we'll see how this goes. But this is far beyond what PCI compliance would require. This is into the realm of, AJ, should you really be doing this? But we're going to see how it goes. We're going to see if we can make it ergonomic. That's the idea. Can we make it ergonomic? If we can't make it ergonomic, this is the thing I say over and over again. And hopefully it's even picked up by search engines by now. Make the right thing easier than the wrong thing, or even nothing at all. Yeah, that's too bad. I will check Lagoogs on this one. What? Yeah. Search ain't what it used to be. I used to be able to do searches for things, but now you can't. Now you can't search for anything. There's too much content. Most of it's fake. So, what do you do? But yeah, I've said that in a number of places on various blogs, Twitter, whatever. But so if it's not convenient, it's not secure. I will say that much. If you don't have a story where people can follow a very simple setup process and achieve the same level of success with you, it is not secure. Because anytime you have that, people are going to walk around it. So polemic. Is that how it's? Polemic. That's how it's pronounced. Okay. PSQL RC. So the idea is that I could touch this and I could schmod it, and then I could set some variables. So let's go ahead and try it. I'm gonna do it over here actually. Hold on just a second. What? No, not that one. Because I don't want this stuff going into the history file, because then it's interspersed all over the place. And when you hit up in the client, then you'd see it. So I don't want that to happen. We don't want encryption keys showing up in the shell history, or that's why when I write anything dealing with encryption, I only allow it to work from environment variables or files. I don't let it work from standard in, because there's a variety of reasons. One, it actually shows up in the process name. So you could have your encryption key. Anybody on the system could run a PS and see the process name that has the encryption key. Now, anybody on the system, what does that mean? Yeah, well, it could mean something if you're in a container environment, because it could mean that the host could see it, which you kind of got to trust whether it's a VM or whether it's a container, you kind of got to trust your host. Everything runs on containers these days. Trying to make the argument, oh, well, but it's more secure. Yeah, that kind of falls flat, because have you heard of AWS? Containerization is good. It is a moral good overall. It is used in many very bad ways, but overall it's a moral good. All right, so I'm going to do set. Let's see if I can find where this was. So I just want to set a variable. Set. Okay. Set. All right. Set. Name. Foobar 9,000. Not over 9,000, mind you. All right, let's do that. So I've set this here. Now I'm going to do, let's get out of there. Let's connect again. Select current settings. I already forgot what I called it. Name. Wait, and this needs, this is single quotes because it's a value in this case. Let's see. Come on, GPT me. Current setting. That makes sense. Did I say settings? That doesn't even make any sense. Why would I say that? That didn't make any sense. All right. Okay. All right, let's try this. PSQL RC. Okay. I think I'm disconnected, yes. Okay. Okay, when was this introduced? Am I using Postgres that's too old? I'm on 14. This looks like this was introduced a very long time ago. See if we can find some official documentation for it. Or this. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Makes a lot of sense. All of these things seem like good things. PSQL. Does it need to have some special permissions? Oh, what? What? Set the field separator. That's awesome. Okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, I like this a lot. But why is it not working for me? All right, command PSQLRC. Just to make sure I didn't typo it. PSQ1RC or something. I don't know. I don't think that's possible. Oh, I got the right file. This is awesome, by the way. This is the best thing ever. This is the best thing ever. Okay. Hey, Striger, what's up, man? How you doing? What's the size overhead of PGP? I don't know yet, but I don't plan on using PGP. I plan on using encrypt and decrypt. Because for some of these values, they're sensitive, not necessarily unreadable. So I actually want them to match so that I could cross-reference them if needed to. So it's going to be less, but I'm worried about the performance overhead of PGP because for every session, Not sure what session means. It might mean, I think what they mean by it is every key you give, I'm hoping. Not every time you use the PGP encrypt or decrypt. Every session has a slow key expansion algorithm. I would rather do the key expansion a priori and then send it over. Okay. Okay. Stop. Okay. After connecting to the database, but before accepting normal commands. Yes, this is what I want. Can I be explicit about it? Will my decryption key show up in PG... Oh, sorry. PG dump. Well, your encryption key you would send when you do the query. So PG dump should... No, it shouldn't. Because my goal is to make the ergonomics such that you never use the encryption key directly, but the developers that have access to the database for sensitive but not unreadable values would be able to put this value in their RC file. So that way, when they do queries on the database, they can use a view that, you know, if you're debugging on the database itself, not at the application layer, you can use a view that shows the decrypted data. That's my goal. Okay. So I'm a little confused about this. I'm wondering if maybe I have another connection. Let's try kill all SSH. Because what may be happening is the session might be open still. And maybe that's why... Okay. Okay, there we go. So the problem was that my SSH session was still open and proxying the connection. And so it was a TCP session was still open even though the client was closed. So my guess is that this exists. Okay, so now let's go back and try some things here. Oh, now I have a clean history. It looks like the prompt didn't work out, which is fine. I don't really care that much about it. But so now there's a new PSQL history directory. Let's see how that's working out. No, there's nothing in there. Let's try this. Select. No, let's just do D. Oh, yeah, baby. Got vertical rows by default. Oh, so I think I do DX instead. No, DX. Wait, I meant to do capital X. No. Is it GX? DGX? XD? Alright. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But I know I can switch it back by doing X. And then I can do D. In this particular case, this is useful. Yeah, that's probably my only gripe about Postgres in comparison to MySQL. Show tables is relatively intuitive. So how have you been? I see that you're back on your regular username. I have not followed what I think I saw you post something on Twitter. I don't remember where. I have not followed what has ensued with whatever it was that happened. But I guess we probably can't really communicate that over chat. Well, not that we can't, but just the lapse, it might be difficult. Okay, so now... Sweet! All right, sweet, sweet, sweet. So I'm going to move my history file over into the new location. Actually, I'm going to make a new location. First, I'll move it over to the new location, and then the new location. Whoa! Don't overwrite that. I'll leave it. I'll leave it for now. I don't want to mess with it. Okay, cool. So that's that now. And then what was I going to do? I was going to move something into a new. No, I'm good with that. C on rollback interactive. Pager off. Null. This is sweet. Basically, I'd like to have a tool that creates views automatically. Go through the whole database, find any column that ends in a $sign or begins with a $sign. I'm not sure which way I want to do it quite yet. And create a view that will show those unencrypted. And when the person has the thing set in their PSQLRC file, then they can see it. And then also the application itself could set that early on so that you could select from those views. Although I think that those views should primarily be used just for debugging, not for the application. Because at the application layer, you already have other mechanisms that you can work with. Okay, so set hist file, rollback, pager. Yeah, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. All right, now unrecognized parameter name still. Maybe it's different. Maybe there's something else that's used for setting user variables. Let me try it this way. Let me try what am I going to do? Backslash set foo bar. Foo. Maybe I need to double quote it? Is it an identifier at this point? Nope, that's not what it is. Select current setting. Okay. Postgres session variables. Oh, equals? Well, let's try it this way then. Set foo equals bar. Ah, flag, go away. I don't like you. You're not my friend. All right, let's try lowercase then. My.foo. Select current setting foo. My.foo. Booyah, baby! Alright, now I'll check comments again. Got a full-time job at a startup, so I haven't streamed since January. Busy. Have work-related flight in 9 hours, so I should go sleep. My poo. My poo. Everybody wants my poo. Okay. So is my... Okay. Okay, set session. Ooh, I could set my time zone? What? Mind blowing. Mind blowing. Wow. Wow. Let's see if we can do this again. Oh, that could be nasty. All right, let's do kill all, SSH, PG. Well, hold on, actually. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted grep. Okay. How can I kill a process by a partial match of its title? P-kill. Okay. Sweet. Why does it keep on not working then? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. This is great. This is great. And now I gotta figure out what to do with it, but it's good. It's so good. What? Cookie dough? My son brought me cookie dough. Well, thank you, son. Let's see, where are you at? Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Oh, thank you so much. High five. Oh, good. Oh, my son. Such a good son. Brought me cookie dough. All right. This is freaking awesome. Ah! Can't type. All right, then. All right, what are we doing here? Changing the mod on P-SQL RC. Okay. Okay. I wonder if there's a was there a way to do a per database? Oh, you can do unquoted values. Okay, interesting. Do not have to quote. Good to note. Okay, so I don't think there's anything else there. Oh, I'm looking forward to Postgres 17. So hopefully it will be released by the time, I think it definitely will be released by the time we start hosting Postgres, because right now we have to do an SSH tunnel in order to do the Postgres routing, because very few tools can route Postgres because it doesn't use a standard TLS header. It has a bespoke preamble, and the preamble is not, it's worse than that because it requires a handshake. It requires a, hey, I want to be encrypted. And then even if encryption is forced, it waits for the yes or the no packet to come back. And if the yes packet comes back, then it sends data encrypted. But if the no packet comes back, it closes the connection. Well, it could just as well close the connection. You know, it should just, and this is something I raised on the mailing list. I joined the mailing list just for this one thing. And I kind of outlined some points and said, hey, just in case this wasn't carefully considered already, da-da-da. And the only feedback I got was, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to change any hearts or minds here. So, you know, like I said, in case this hasn't already been carefully considered. I wasn't saying, you know, because I was trying to avoid the blah, 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 by cushioning it with, in case this hasn't already been carefully considered. Because if it had been carefully considered and decided against, well, then, you know, what are you going to do? But if it's somebody's just like, you know, being that I'm stuck in my database hole and I've never actually been out into the real world to see how databases are used by people, I had never considered that. But it was more like I'm stuck in my database hole, and anyone who's not stuck in the database hole, rah, 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 you know, at the end of the day, the products we build, they surface many layers. And, you know, everybody wants to say, oh, the end user doesn't care, da, 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 da. Well, but they do, because if it, you know, if it's easier for somebody to build it, they'll build it. So, anyway, a little bit of that. And I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was somebody actually associated with the project, or if it's just somebody who likes to start flame wars and email threads, you know, whatever. That. But. Okay. Here's what I need to know. Let me go back to Jippity real quick, because Jippity might be able to comb the data faster than I can. All right. What was the next one? So, can I conditionally set? Because what we don't want to do is we don't want to be setting a variable. So I don't want to connect to some database and be sending an encryption every single time. So can I conditionally set a my dot variable based on the database I'm connecting to via PSQL RC? Sweet. Good. Okay. Can I have includes in my PSQL-RC? Dang it. Well, yes, that is an include. Unfortunately, it does not support include. However, you can simulate this by using include. Can I test if a file exists? Oh, hot dog. Oh, it's about to get real up in her.
Is the formula.
Uh, got it. Oh, and I wouldn't want to include the history. Okay. RC file. All right, so I'm cooking. I'm cooking over here. I'm cooking.
I'll be waiting for you. If you come here, you'll find me. I promise.
I'll be here too. It's a promise. Thanks, Squall.
See, how do I want to do this?
Next time, we'll meet for sure.
Sure. But she left. Just disappeared.
I wonder how we do comments in this config file. Oh, this is so awesome. And so anytime something has includes, what's really awesome about it is that it means you can control it programmatically. So I can, for our clients, what I'm thinking is that we will basically manage their SSH folder and their PSQL folder and some other folders for them for the things they're using with us. So if they're using Postgres with us, we're going to have a command line tool that's going to be bnna init. And when they run bnna init, it's going to go through, and most likely they're not going to have things set up in any particular way. So if nothing's set up, it's just going to go through, set things up and put a little comment. You know, this include added by bnna init or something like that. And so what will happen is we can set it up so that everything is perfectly clear. We don't want there to be any magic in terms of if they open a config file, it should be perfectly clear. Okay, your BNNA Postgres hosts this way. that sort of thing. Anyway.
Noah, am I just supposed to let you go?
Okay. How do I add comments? It's okay. It's a SQL-esque file. And we could have a BNNA doctor that just goes through and makes sure all their permissions are correct. That their includes are set up. Ah! Flies landed on my nose! Oh, bueno. Don't do it, fly. Don't do it. Nobody likes it when you land on their nose. Why can't you just be a nice little fly and not land on nobody's nose? Alright, let's see if this will work. Gonna get out. And we're gonna reconnect. Okay. It wants...
Yeah, the mountain lion.
Oh my, the mountain lioness. Well, thank you, Honene. Cookies? Oh, what wonderful service. Well, thank you.
I was your
Oh, yeah?
I was your protector for you, Mama.
Think so.
Welcome.
What the kids I have.
Mm-hmm.
Get your arms up when you're walking,
Yeah.
so that the mountain lion thinks you're a predator.
Oh, okay.
And then he won't eat you.
Oh, that's good. You want to keep this one? I already have two.
So do this when you're walking, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Here goes. Thank you so much.
That will be safe, okay?
Okay.
Mm. All right. So, I'm curious just as a matter of understanding the syntax. Where the problem is. Hmm. 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 Okay. So, I'm not sure. Whoop. Okay, that looks like that should have worked. All right, so it does not like, specifically, it does not like the equal sign there.
Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out. That's the plan. Yellow wood on it. Alright, I'm in.
Okay. So very specifically, I think some of the dish soap may have stayed on the glass and gotten in with the milk. Doesn't taste quite right. Or I could be infected with toxins and about to die within hours. One of those two. I know one thing though. It said if your mouth tastes like metal, dial 911. Or, what was it? That's easy to remember. 7253. I don't remember the whole number. But 8119119 99119 8919 725 3. Yeah, it's not. I've had a bit of a tumble. All right. All right. Okay. Hmm. Oh, error equals 0, so double equals. All right, let's try this one more time. One more time with feeling. Oh, okay. Let's see. Hmm. I don't know if it works that way, but we're going to try this out. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, whoops. Okay. So, what is the name of this script and language? Let me go read some documentation, because apparently there's not enough out there, or it's just making stuff up. Okay. If yes, okay. Interesting. Oh, darn. So we cannot do that. Okay. So this means I probably now have in my... Yes, okay. So now I have a thing called Confter. Alright, that explains that. Okay. Okay, so Jippity is wrong. That's no surprise considering there's probably not many people in the world who use this script. I mean, this is out there. There are probably fewer people use this than use PowerShell. Oh, burn! Oh, PowerShell. Oh. Actually, PowerShell's pretty great. As a person who does not like Microsoft, I have to admit that they have really done something good in the world with PowerShell. And there's something people could learn from that. Wait. All right, that's good to know. Hist control. Interesting. Okay, G O. Okay. All right. So do you want to see what is \G? So I do not see any documentation. Oh no! Again, I'm looking at Postgres 9.2. Dang it. Okay. There we go. If expression. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, I should just do current. Okay, got it. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Okay. All right. Oh, let me try this then. Let me try if. I'm trying if with the okay. I'm going to start a new conversation to try to unmuddy the waters. How can I test if a file exists with PSQL meta commands? I need to test if the current for the current database exists, but PSQL Doesn't do variable expansion with backslash do. Yep, so that doesn't work. You can't use variables with Ooh. Oh, I like that. Ooh, this was good. That was novel. Well, let's see if it works. That was novel. Wow. It's artificial general intelligence. We've reached artificial general intelligence. We've reached AGI, ladies and gentlemen. We've reached AGI. The world is coming to an end. We have reached AGI. It was able to come up with a novel solution that I did not know of. That's it. Oh, it's over. Game over. Hide your kids. Hide your wives. All right, let's see if it worked. Wait, that might be my mistake. How do I negate? Okay. Where are the meta commands at? If expression. How do we negate?
Who's to blame? It's all the same. The battle's won, still it's a goddamn shame. We ought to not, it's best we forgot. Leave it all to rot. Yeah, I'm still thinking what it could be. I'm stuck in my head, making all the wrong moves. The wells from the dead say I'm breaking.
All right, so if shall err, else. Ignore. I'm stuck on the offense. I'm trying so hard not to lose. It needs to be confessed. My troubles were repressed, and now I'm just left here confused. I'm bruising my own skin to hold down the demon, and still I find I'm in love. I can't stop with the fury. I'm so sorry. Who's to blame? It's all the same. The battle's won, still it's a goddamn shame. I'm so tired of this, thinking I did no wrong. So now I'm stuck here just writing the same damn song. I'm stuck in my head, making all the wrong moves. The wells from the dead say I'm breaking all the wrong. Okay. If is customer.
Enough with the nonsense. I'm stuck on the offense. I'm trying so hard not to lose. It needs to be confessed. My troubles were repressed, and now I'm just
So confused.
I'm bruising my own skin to
Expression argument of an if or else can be subject to variable interpolation and back quote expansion, just like any other backslash command argument. I want to know about back quote expansion. Evaluated like that. So a valid value create unambiguous, for example. Expressions that do not properly evaluate to true or false will generate a warning and be treated as false. I'm very confused. Shell error. I should be able to use shell error. Should I not? Unrecognized. Shell error. Okay, let's look at backtick expansion. Okay, what is backquote expansion? Let's ask Jeopardy. What is backquote expansion? I'm so confused. Okay, I'm going to try selecting shell error. Okay. All right, begin or start a transaction. All right, let me go back to the version of Postgres I'm actually using, which is version 14. I don't think that anything will have changed since that time, but just okay. There we go. It's taken as a command line that is passed to the shell. The output of the command within a trailing new line places the backquoted text within backslash no another variable name. Variable. So shell command. Okay, so maybe what I need to do is actually to do okay, can I see an example of this, please? Within the text enclosing back, no special quoting or other processing occurs except the appearances of variable name. All right, so let's try this then. So how about okay, first of all, I'm going to see if the mkdir is working. So let's look for config psql. Okay, good. So mkdir is working. So that's good news. Let me go ahead and bring this over here. I don't know why I've been doing it on the other screen. I guess because I was going to put an encryption key in there, but I'm not doing that right now. So we're bringing it back to this screen. Okay. So that worked. So that's working. That's great. This seems to be working. I don't think we need to do this. I'm going to comment all that out. I don't think we need to do this. I don't think we need to do this. I think what we do is if, and then we do the thing. So we would do if, and then backtick test-f. Let's see. True. What? No, that's not what I wanted. True. True. Yes. Oh, dang it. Yes. Dash help. Whatever. Let me just echo yes. There we go. So this allows expansion. This one does. So confdir Bet is calling. No, man. No, Bet is not calling. Get the Bet out of here. Okay, so it says it will do interpolation. Okay. So I want to see that this is done. Right here. So we're going to set our C file. We're going to test if RC file, and then we're going to include RC file. Within an argument. Okay, so my understanding then is this is so weird. So we have to put this in an if in order to get it to execute. Okay. All right, cool. So it looks like it did create this. Let's go ahead and check that out. Okay, that's good. That's very, very good. Okay. All right, line 20. Okay, test RC file and an echo true. Oh. Or echo false. All right, we got it. Achievement unlocked.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success.
All right, so now to clean this mess up. Kind of prefer Y and N here. Okay, let's see. Okay. So let's try this again. All right, so there we go. Okay, so test if it exists. And we're inverting the test. So oh, maybe the echo. Maybe echo is the right way to go about some of this stuff. So let's see. Echo test-f rc file or touch rc file. Oh, but okay, that won't work either because we don't want to echo out the empty line. Bed is calling, bed is calling. No, 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 no. Let's see. Oh, this is a little confusing. Oh, interesting. So set could work. Okay. Okay. How about this then? What if we do unset, ignore, Okay. I have mkdir-p confdir and echo y or echo n. Else end if. Okay, there we go. So that one's good now. Now we need to test. Okay. Oh, this is so confusing to reason about. Oh. Oh. I'm trying to think through this. I have to do the things I want to do in an if. So one of the problems with the touch command is we don't have a touch command. So what I want to do is I don't want to touch the file. Okay. Okay, I need to figure out if the tildes are expanded or not. Okay, let's see what happens if I echo. Okay, so I created the directory and I touched the history file. I don't like touching files when they're not changed, but in the case of the history file, I could go with that. Like that'll be all right. Okay. So 2 birds with 1 stone here. Na 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 na. Backfire. Okay. So if the file does not exist, if okay. So if this just feels so bad. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can do backticks. Did backticks have to be on the same line, or can they be on different lines? Okay, let's just find this out. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of all this. And we didn't save when it was working. My bad. Sorry, everybody. I had it working and I didn't even save. Okay. Okay, so it is not expanding these. That's just good to know. That's just good to know. But that's okay, because we don't actually need them expanded. It's better that it works that way. That's better. Because we're not doing anything that needs that kind of quote. Okay, so now let's go back into the back file. And let's just see if the backticks work like this. Okay, let's do this. Unterminated quoted string. So I think that's the answer there. Okay. Invalid command. Okay. All right, so history. This. Okay, so we answered some questions. Should I learn Mernstack? Focus on other languages. You know, this is what I'll tell everybody. Don't focus. Okay, actually, let me revise. It doesn't matter what you do when you're starting out. The only thing that matters when you're starting out is that you have a sense of satisfaction and that you're making progress. So you just pick something that feels comfortable to you. It doesn't matter. However, if you're looking towards the future, past getting started out, sometimes it's helpful to use a framework because it helps you to have some rails to guide you by to kind of get a lay of the land and get stuff working. However, overall, I believe that you should learn the more basic and simple things. So, Postgres is the database that you should learn. There are many different SQL languages, just like there's many different programming languages. And the SQL languages are as different from each other as programming languages are different from each other. Every programming language has a for, every SQL language has a select. SQL languages look a lot more similar in their syntax, but they're all different. Just focus on Postgres or MS SQL. If you're a Microsoft person, if you like C#, if you want to go down that path, just focus on MS SQL. Do not try to learn all the different SQLs. There is no such thing as standard SQL. Don't let anyone lie to you. That's like saying that programming language is a standard programming language. There is no standard programming language. Every programming language has their own standard. Every SQL language has its own standard. So you need to learn a database. You need to learn the POSIX shell. You just like, how do you make directories? How do you make files? POSIX shell, not necessarily bash. In fact, I'd recommend the best way to learn the POSIX shell is to learn a little bit of bash and then learn how to do it in the not bash way. You need to learn a programming language. I'd recommend Go. I'd also recommend, for learning, I'd recommend Python. Don't ever use it. Don't ever take it outside of the learning environment. It's a very non-performant language. It wasn't designed for the internet. Whatever. It's great, but Go is really great. Go is the simplest and easiest programming language of all the well-known programming languages. Do not learn C++. Or if you learn it, understand that everything about it is butt backwards. But as far as MERN, I don't even know what all that stands for. I would say focus on learning JavaScript and the DOM, because something is going to replace React. React is showing its age. React is coming to a point where something is probably going to replace it. Nobody really likes it. They've come out with 17 or 18 different versions, and they change it every time, and people have to learn all the new patterns. Let's see. I think I had something here for HTML or for DOM. I could have sworn I had something here. Maybe it was my own repo. Hold on. GitHub.com. So I think just learn the basic stuff rather than, but again, it all depends on what you want to do. Learning a framework can be helpful. I started with Ruby on Rails. I mean, I did some stuff before then, so it wasn't exclusively that I started with Ruby on Rails, but I kind of started with Ruby on Rails, and it helped me to learn a lot. But I quickly, got into the weeds and found that I didn't really like it. AJ's HTML boilerplate somewhere. I just did this recently. I hate it when I do this. I start creating some documentation. I cannot remember where I put it. So I've got a lot of opinions. You can listen to other people and say what they say, but it's tough because everybody says, "Oh, I wish I'd learned the basics." Everybody says, "Oh, I learned React, I learned this, I learned that. I wish I'd learned the basics." I don't know if it's true though, because looking back, it's like, "Oh, all this stuff was so complicated, da 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 da," but you had a tutorial to follow that got you through the Hello World and the To-Do app. So it's kind of a 50-50. Everybody says they wish they had learned the basics first. But if you had learned the basics first, you might not have had the context to appreciate them or enough experience to apply them correctly. So, half of one, six a dozen of the other on that. I'm not really sure. But Go it's not just the easiest language to learn, it's one of the best languages to learn. So I'm a big proponent of Go, and if you want some resources for learning Go, there are so many good resources. That's one of the things where you want good resources for learning JavaScript. It's so hard. It's so hard. You want some good resources for learning Go? Here you go. These are amazing. Also, GPT is really good at Go. Now, if you want to get good at programming, you have to have your hands on the keyboard. However, GPT is a great tool to assist you in learning things. And you can take the output that it gives you, run it, and then it'll give you some error because it didn't do it right. You can take the error, feed it back into GPT and say, now I'm getting this error. And then it'll spit back out, oh, you're getting this error because this and this. Let's update the program. And, you have to have enough knowledge and kind of patience to work through with it. But it is a way to help you learn the vocabulary. It is a way to kind of get jump started. but you need to have your hands on the keyboard. You have to become familiar with the syntax. So it's fine to learn your first 20 hours pretty much just copying and pasting from GPT, or your first 100 hours just copying and pasting from GPT and trying it out. That's fine. But your first 1,000 hours needs to be primarily you typing out code and getting assistance from tools, but not what do they say? Don't let the tail wag the dog. Yeah, that's the thing you gotta be careful of. What's up, Funky? How you doing? Okay, so this looks like it's all working now. So test-f RC file or touch RC file and chmod RC file and diff. Okay. Gonna try one more time here. Uh-oh. What'd I do? I did chmod wrong. What did I do chmod wrong? The hist file is a real thing. Hist control is a real thing. Yeah, okay. Okay. Learning the basics is a false dichotomy, just like children learn to speak before they learn to read and write. You learn to speak, then you learn the rules. The other way is out of order and sets you up for failure. You need experience before you need to know why the rules matter and when and where they don't. I agree. I agree. What's up, Jojo? How's it going? Hey, check this out, man. So it turns out you can have per database Postgres configuration. This is important because it means that we can it's important because we can because we can load an encryption key per database. So as we create databases for BNNA, each database can have its own config file with its own encryption key, and we can just set that up automatically so that sensitive data can be saved in the database. And when a person connects in development with PSQL, they can have views that show the unencrypted data, but the data that's actually stored and used in the application is encrypted data. Art Alfred. This is something I don't understand this in general. In my world, you find work that is the work that you want to do. So why do you want to program? What is it about program that's interesting to you? Because if your answer is, I want to make money, I think there's some degree to which that's valid, but that's not an area where I can help you. You need to have some sort of internal desire of what you want to do, and that is going to help guide. What problems do you want to solve in the world? What kind of company is solving the kind of problems that you want to see solved? Because that is what's going to guide you on what's next. What's next? And unless you're talking about, oh, I'm so overwhelmed, there's so many things, and I could do this and this and this and this. And, you know, if you say, here's the 5 things that I think that I know I want to do, and I'm not sure which one to do next, I can help you a little bit with. Dad joke. Hey, Jojo. What do you think about SQL migrations? Well, you know, they have their ups and downs. Yeah, Funky Waddle said it well, I believe. I don't believe that everyone will be that way, but that's the type of people that I know how to help. I'm not a programmer or a coder, he says. I'm a problem solver that happens to use code to solve problems most of the time. That I agree with. All right, what's the better way to say this, Jojo? So we got loading DBRC, and then we have, was it both reading from and saving to. And I would like to not show these other things here. I'd like to know how to make it go quiet. All right, let's see. All right, let's see what this looks like. There we go. That looks pretty decent. What do you think, Jojo? Of course, the time zone one, that one would get you. Okay. What are you looking at? Looking at this right here. So when I use PSQL to connect, it gives this information. fire. All right. So Jojo, you switched. Weren't you on Twitch just a second ago? What's going on here? Something changed. Did you get a? Did your logo start showing up when it wasn't before? I don't know. Okay. Not catching everything. Okay. I've literally never done SQL. It was a dad joke. SQL migrations, they have their ups and downs. I thought I nailed it. I thought like excellent dad joke S tier. I mean, not for the general populace, but for programmers. I thought that was the S tier dad joke. What do you think about SQL migrations? Well, they got their ups and downs. Oh, okay. So something changed. I think before it wasn't loading your logo and now it is. I don't know. Or it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know what's different. Okay. Well, because you migrate up and you migrate down. That's SQL migrations. SQL migrate up. SQL migrate down. I'm just going to drink my Mountain Dew. I'm out of Mountain Dew. Okay. No, just this output. So it says loading, and then it shows which config file. And then it says using for history. And then, yeah. Can I show the no quiet version? Sure. So let me go do the no quiet version. Okay. So here's the no quiet version. Except that extra quote wouldn't be there. I mean, that extra space wouldn't be there. It's just kind of noisy. All right, I'm putting this in Home Sweet Home. Oh, wait. Does that actually change my brightness? Okay, no. Okay, that would make sense. I just... One of those things. Like that one time, my sister took a screenshot of her phone to show me that her screen was cracked. You know, it's just one of those things. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay, so I now have in here a few things I didn't have before. So now we have PSQL. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a pull request to my own self. Just for documentation purposes. All right. So now I'm going to go retrain Jippity. Look, GPT says it's perfect. Oh, backfire. All right. Let's see. Okay. I gotta get what GPT has to say. I'm gonna try to get this captured. Even GPT loves it. That's how you know it's good. All right. One day I'm going to rename that file in my home directory called Major Screw Ups. But today is not that day. I'm just worried people are going to think it's a self-deletion note, but it's not. It's just it's when I had to use sudo to change something on the system. Okay. AI GPT is the perfect example of learning the basics before learning how to do something. It's a massive amount of information, but no practical experience in how and when to apply it. Yes. Often hits near the target, but not the bullseye. If you have all the experience, you can adjust enough to make it eventually get there. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. Cool. I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so ChatGPT couldn't figure out how to do it. ChatGPT couldn't figure out how to do Zig, but ChatGPT enables me in a way to program in languages I couldn't otherwise program in. So, for example, I could not have found this without ChatGPT, or I would not have found this without ChatGPT, because the first time it directed me to the documentation, I understood nothing. But I asked it more questions, it gave me more examples, then I went back to the documentation, then I started understanding it. So, that for what that's worth. Anyway, did I put this link in there? I'm going to put this link in there. I'm going to put this link in there. So if anybody wants to know more about this, here you go. Also, I'm going to put this over at PG Essentials too. I think I already have one open somewhere. Yeah, here it is.
Right, theories as to what to do in this situation?
And then, you know, I need to add the example also. I forgot to add the example. Ah. What? Take that, spider. You're not going to turn me into any freak with advanced powers. Okay.
I'll be waiting for you. If you come here, you'll find me. I promise.
I'll be here too. It's a promise. Thanks.
Okay, so now I got to figure out
We'll meet for sure.
how to do the thing that I did previously where I was setting let's see, did I back that up?
Disappeared.
I think I did.
Afraid of having that comfort taken away.
You were afraid of losing
Nope, I didn't.
that. Why you kept your distance?
All right, give me a second. I got to get this right for this one first. Um, what am I doing? What am I doing? I have to do set.
Don't know what to do. For the first time, I don't know which way to go. I've fallen for you. Noah, am I just supposed to let you go?
Okay. My dot. So there's my variables. I don't know where this is documented. All right. Okay. Back to Jippity because we can't do two-letter search anywhere else. Where'd Jippity go? Jippity, come back! I wasn't done with you! Jippity, I need you! Okay. What are you coding, bro? I am working on some encrypted database stuff. What's the best way to learn AI? I want to build AI apps. I don't know. That doesn't make sense. AI is not a language. AI is a tool. You have to know programming in order to use AI for programming. We were just talking about this. Jojo was just talking about this. You have to know programming in order to use AI for programming. AI doesn't know how to program. AI knows statistically what symbols are likely to come next in a sequence relevant to text. So it's trained on the whole Earth's data and has a statistical model that if something represents this in English, it might represent this in Chinese. If something represents this in English, it might represent this in Python. Well, then I don't understand what your question is. What do you mean what's the best way to learn AI then? Watch the keynote from OpenAI and then just search the terms that they mention and then go find the open source projects that they took this stuff from. like AI assistants and da 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 da, like all that stuff has been around. They didn't invent any of it. They just incorporated it into their platform, kind of like Apple, right? They made it easy to do. All of that stuff has been around forever. What they did was they made it easy, so much so that it looks like it had never been around before. It's like the App Store, right? Linux had been around for a very, very long time with an App Store. Apple comes out with an App Store, but they did it so great that no one would ever consider calling Linux's App Store an App Store afterwards, right? Speak to a toddler. Give them a really complex task. Repeat yourself many times with slight variations until the toddler gets close. Now you're ready for AI. I want to make a music app with AI. Yeah, I mean, well, do you know stuff about music? It's just, you can ask the AI what you want to ask it, right? You can ask it, hey, I want to do this thing. What's the best way to do this thing? Oh, here's GPT. I have it in the other window. That's why it abandoned me. Because I made it abandon me. Okay, what was I doing? Oh. Ooh. Nope. That's wrong. No. Yeah, it does not know much about PostgreScript. I'm probably the only person that's ever used it. I'm probably the first person to ever use it. It doesn't look like the documentation's changed since 2009 or whatever. Or 1. Or 97. Whatever it is. Okay. So the funny thing is GPT taught me about it over here. Was it over here? There's somewhere that GPT taught me about it. I didn't know about it. And then GPT started doing it. And then I'm thinking, oh, okay. Didn't GPT teach me about it? Where can I learn about it? Okay, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, let's see about this.
right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out. That's the plan. Yellow word on it.
Okay. Oh, you know what? There's an improvement I can make on that other thing too. All right, gotta do something on the other screen real quick. How to get... Okay. So I think we might need to use the PGSQL syntax. PGSQL, okay. Okay, so unfortunately, I'm not getting the PGSQL syntax that way. Let me see what this says. I don't know if I'm supposed to do .SQL or what. Okay, I think I'm just going to go with SQL. I think that's the better choice. PG SQL is maybe more correct, but also not as widely adopted. And if you're going to be using you probably know which database you prefer and all that. So, and you can customize it if you need to customize it, so you're not at any real loss. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okay, set. I gotta figure out what I'm setting here. Okay, let's go try over here. I was just futzing around with some stuff. Alright, select. Current. Do we have that current setting? My.name. I think my dot boo, what do I call it? Where am I at? Oh, whoops. I gotta get out of here because I did the wrong file. Okay, let's try to connect again. And then yeah, I need to do this probably one more time. Unrecognized configuration parameter. Okay. How did I do this before? Oh no. Okay. Okay, we're going to try this one more time with feeling. I need to go back to the video where we had the bump ba da 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 moment, you know? Did it actually load this? Because it doesn't seem like it did. Yeah, I didn't actually load it. So we've got a couple of problems here. Hold on, let me go back to this real quick. Okay, that's pretty important. Lies. That's kind of important. Okay. All right, with that fixed, maybe it'll actually load. Okay. Invalid variable name. Okay, so some of these are working and some of these are not. So none of the foos seem to work. It seems like the top level set is the one that worked. Okay, let me bring this over here. So let's go take a look again over here. All right, so that's a no-go. That's a no-fly. Try again. Okay, that worked. So this is I'm going to use the example one. Okay, add encryption. Let's see. All right, I'm going to bring this back over here. Sorry, I'm using my verbal centers for text processing, so I'm not speaking very much. Okay. So I can't find. If anybody could find documentation on this, that would be kind of neat. As far as I can tell, I can't figure out where the documentation for my is. You might have seen me searching for it earlier. If anybody knows about it, let me know. Okay, so that works. So if I do the okay, so if I do the quotes, I don't want to do that. I want to do the example DB. Okay, so the quotes works. Let's see here. Okay. Hey, Freedom. You've started learning blockchain. Oh, buddy. Watch out. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Stop, Fly. Leave me alone. I don't like you that way. Okay. How can I use set with byte array? No, I don't want to use base 64 because I don't think that's as efficient. It's got to do a lot more work to get that to work. So, how about new? Okay. So here's what I want to see examples of. So in the application, so we'd have more than one encryption key. We'd have an encryption key for stuff that nobody should see except for people at the highest levels. And then we'd have an encryption key for stuff that is sensitive, like for example, customer data, but not critical. You know, it's not the expiration date of their card or stuff like that. Oh, okay. So anyway, what am I doing here? I'm gonna name this example table. Okay, I don't think I just wanted AES on this. It's I'm gonna go back to the Postgres documentation. Fly. It's not fair. I feel like the concept of I get the concept of blockchain, but not yet mastering. But should I learn more? Or should start doing projects? Definitely start doing projects. That's the answer every time. You learn enough to be able to do the project, and then you start doing the project. Whenever you're learning something and you get to a point where you're confused, go do project work. 100% every time. That's how it is for me in my career. If I'm learning about a specification or some requirements or whatever, if I start to get confused, it's time to go to implementation. Okay. I don't know where I saw the my. I don't know where that came from. I thought GPT fed it to me. I'm gonna try one more thing here.
Enough with the nonsense. I'm stuck on the offense. I'm trying so hard not to lose. It needs to be confessed. My troubles were repressed, and now I'm just left here confused. I'm bruising my own skin to hold down the demon, and still I find I'm in love. I can't stop with the fuse. I'm so sorry. Who's to blame? It's all the same. The battle's won, still it's a goddamn shame. I'm so tired of this, thinking I did no wrong. So now I'm stuck here just writing the same damn song. I'm stuck in my head. trying so hard not to lose.
Interesting. I don't know if that works.
My troubles were repressed and now I'm just
Maybe it can. I think you have to do hex on it to. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't have to do hex. I guess we'll find out. Because either it's going to spit out the correct thing or it's going to spit out something else, right? That's how we'll know. That's how we'll know we love it. That's how we know we care. Okay, so we'll figure out if this is working or not. All right, what are we doing? Going back, trying again. Oh, we got to create extension if not exists. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the foo set did work. Okay, I thought the my was okay. All right, I got it. I got it. Okay, but I'm pretty sure we can't do without a namespace at all. I don't think that one works. Don't think it's going to work because it's going to default to public. So let's see if it works. Set, unrecognized configuration parameter. Okay, gotcha. Okay. I wish they would give more examples. I do wish that very, very much. I don't see where the documentation for this is. Oh, there we go. Is that? Nope. See, custom parameters, add encryption key to session. Okay. Okay. Ask Jeopardy something else. Okay. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. What's up, everybody? The music is much more exciting than I feel, for sure. Ugh. All right, my... Very, very interesting. Yeah, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. All right, so what's next? I gotta beef up these examples. I was hoping to get to actually doing more stuff today, but again, it's like there's always these rabbit holes. But this one is a really, really good one. I mean, I said yesterday, for example, I went down one. I was like, this is kind of minimal value. This one I think is of high and lasting value. Okay. Okay. What have I got left here? So we're gonna test these out. Okay. All right. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I was thinking in my head there. Obviously, I wasn't thinking in your head, because if I was thinking in your head, you would have known right away, and it might have been uncomfortable or unpleasant. So I think it has to be hexadecimal in order to convert it. So I think what we'd have to do is pull one of these, encode hex byte array, maybe. How? Let's see. Can I rename this? Okay, what was I gonna say? How can I convert text to byte array? Okay, let's try convert to. I don't know if that's really a thing, but let's try it. Let's just get on over here. Hello? UTF-8. Byte array. It works. Sweet. All right, let's implement it. I wonder if I could Anyway, first thing I need to do, runtime configuration, reset options. I need to figure out about this one. I think I might have to call it an early night. I'm losing steam. But not in a good way. Okay. Super secret. Oh, custom setting. Okay. All right, here we are. Encrypt, decrypt, text. Okay. AS hyphen mode. All right, let's go take a look at the PGP examples. Data text, password text. Byte array. Okay, so now I've got that. Let's go ahead and take a look. So, SemEncrypt. Data text. Options, what options? Okay, Unicode mode equals 1. Okay. Let's do it. I'm just typing all of these so that it's just abundantly clear how they get used. Because the only thing better than clear is abundantly clear. Okay, so we got functions that work with byte arrays. It's good to know. Okay, so this one should decrypt as text. It should just do the right thing. Okay, so those ones should just work. And then these ones, let's go take a look at how they're set up. All right. I think encrypt, decrypt. All right, let's make sure that we can do this. So data bytes. So we're going to convert to byte array. Key, we're going to decode that as hex and convert to a byte array. And then type, we have the type right here. Great. Next one, decode. We're going to take in a byte array. Oh, convert from. They seem but backwards. So is UTF-8 either way, huh? Okay. I was saying, convert from byte array UTF-8 back to text. Okay. It seems like a pain in the butt. Suppose we could just wrap it in a function and it shouldn't be too bad. Seems like that should be able to be optimized pretty easily to inline the function for something like that. Okay. Interesting. So we can create an inline function. Oops. Yeah, so I think we would create a function that basically does all of this, that we would just pass in some, yeah, we would say something like I don't know what we do. Select my decrypt. Yeah, I think we'd basically want that. We'd want to elide away the current setting decode. So maybe, what about a temporary table? Okay. Cool. Okay, that's the way I think that we'd want to do it. Is we create a temporary table. That way we don't have to do all the conversion back and forth and forth.
We're messing around with the global environment.
Oh, but then we have the question, can temporary tables be used in views? I think this is what led us back around. Because I think temporary tables cannot be used in views. That's right. Okay. Okay. All right. So I think we're ready to test this thing. Let me just double check. This is a byte array because we did convert to. This is a byte array because we did decode hex. This is text. This is a byte array because we're selecting it as a byte array here. This is a byte array because we're doing the same thing again. Okay, for a lot of these, I imagine it's going to elide away the duplication, but it might just look better to not be, you know, to have every single column do that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm hoping as a relational database, I'm hoping that the one thing that it'll be good at is relational algebra. And be able to say, oh yeah, this is what these reduce down to in a reasonable way. Because that's one of the core concerns I have about this. Okay. Anyway, so that's a byte array, that's a byte array. This is text. Post-rec is a byte array. And then we convert it as text. So I think what we would be doing is we pass in the column, the key as a byte array, and then what we want the result to be, whether we want it to be text or not. Okay. All right, let's see if it works. Let's take a look at this again. And what I'm hoping to see is that this one will have the same value, and this one will have a different value, because this one's going to be salted and this one is not. That's, fingers crossed, that's the theory. Okay, so does this look different? Yes, this looks different. 30D, 40, 70, 03, that all looks like some sort of ASN1 information. F9954. Yeah, but so that's ASN1 probably, and then you can see it quickly becomes something else. Now on the next one, begins with 71F, ends with F46. In the middle we got some EC1, 71F, F46, and then EC1. Okay, so checking the beginning, the end, and the middle, and we check all three because, you know, there could be header info. Like for this one, obviously there's header info. I don't know if there's footer info that is the same. Okay, great. So this is excellent. This tells us that raw is the way to go. All right, here we go. So a bunch of sets. Raw sensitive data. Okay. I want to set up one more thing here for this example. And then let's see if we can pare it down a touch. I don't know if you can do this. It seems like you should be able to. Let's try it out. I'm going to do the same thing here. What was I doing? I was putting in the original value. Oh, I see it. Okay, 53. All right. Okay. Plain original, plain decrypted. And the raw ink column. All right. Looking good. Looking good. And you'll notice, perhaps, you've got hexadecimal here. So, oh, can you have session functions? Okay. Oh, so what I was going to say is the raw data, if we look at that, length of it is 26. My guess is that this is going to come out to be, I'm going to get rid of the hex identifier in the front. My guess is it's going to come out to about 32. Yeah, okay. Yep. So that's really neat right there. Is that this ends up coming out to 32 bytes. So because hexadecimal, so there's almost no overhead. The only overhead is the padding to reach the minimum block size. Other than that, no overhead. So that's pretty darn cool. Pretty darn cool. That might change how we want to do a few things. Because we do have a minimum size of 32 bytes for any encrypted data. Good to know. Okay. So let me go ahead and take this back down for a spell. I want to see if we can get this to be a little bit more betterer. I think that we can by maybe by doing a couple of things. Okay. Convert the ceremony around plain encrypted into a function. Let's see what it does. Okay. Can you create it as a pure SQL function? Okay, so some of the other queries we probably need to convert into SQL. Okay. Okay. Let's turn it into immutable by passing in the setting value. All right, well, there we go. We got decrypt AES CBC. So should be able to significantly trim this down. Can we alias current setting to a shorter name? All right, so that should get inlined away if we do it that way. There we go. Maybe we just call it get like that. Okay. So that starts to look a little better. Like this is readable. Now if we can let's see if we can do the same thing with the other one. Okay, my guess is that things like decode are marked immutable and they get elided away.
Right theories as to what to do in this situation. What really matters is the formula.
How's it going, everybody? What are y'all up to? Okay. So just to reduce some boilerplate here, kind of elide this away.
I'll be waiting for you. If you come here, you'll find me. I promise.
I'll be here too. It's a promise. Thanks, Squall. Next time we'll meet for sure.
Okay, now that I understand the difference between PL, PGSQL, and SQL functions, I think that I will make better choices. In fact, I'm going to go check something out right now. PG Essentials. Now that I'm understanding the relational algebra aspect. Language SQL. Okay, good.
I was always alone.
Squall, you missed out on all the good things in life. I don't want the future. I want the present to stand still. I want to stay here with you.
I don't know what to do. For the first time, I don't know which way to go. I've fallen for you. From Noah, am I just supposed to let you go?
Yeah, let me ask Jeopardy what it thinks. I think it produced the exact same thing that it produced before. Let's see. See how close it is. Create or replace. Parallel. Oh. Okay. This may have been someone else who generated this. Okay, so here it's using $1. I actually prefer that. Okay. Okay, I think this might have been created by somebody else. Thought it was GPT, but I don't know. That's funny. I don't think it did any of the things that it said.
Next time, we'll meet for sure.
Okay. Oh, okay. So how is this any different? Okay. How does this compare? Okay. So if we could do with the sequel one, it might be better. I don't know if that's true. Okay. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think this one's maybe... This may have been hand-tuned. Okay. Alright, I wonder if there's any other optimization flags like that. Okay.
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out. That's the plan. You have our word on it. All right, I'm in.
Alright, that seems decent. Okay, so this returns a byte array. That returns text. Sensitive. Okay, there's the encrypt, there's the decrypt. I'm wondering. I wonder, okay, maybe what I should have done instead I can't really encapsulate me think about this for a second. I could have the get function, turn that into bytes, and have that done there, so that it's not doing it in multiple places. That might be the wrong answer. Oh, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, now let me try to clean this up so that it doesn't look so wonkadonk. Ugh. Okay, so PGP encrypt is not actually all that bad. Since it has to go on multi-line anyway, there's no real advantage to that get function. Okay, that's simple enough. The get function is a little too abstract anyway. Okay, so if we use these functions just to do all the conversions, so that because that conversion is distracting. So if we use that to do all the conversions, then this actually becomes readable, and I like that. Uh-oh. Function encrypt byte array doesn't exist. What's that supposed to mean? Of course it exists. So much so that we have the documentation. Oh, you know what? You have to have at least AES. Okay, there we go. Encrypted data is byte array. Okay. Type decrypt doesn't exist. So let's go back a little bit here. I was missing a comma, I think. Okay, looks like everything's good there. Okay. All right, so all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. 2. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. 2, 3. 4. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do example. All right, custom programs are bound to the session. Switches and functions and views. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. What else do I want to show here? Let's see, select star from Select star from customers where um, okay. I think this one is good. Boom. But I do want to change a couple things. Okay, let's see.
Who's to blame? It's all the same. The battle's won, still it's a goddamn shame. We ought to not, it's best we forgot. Leave it all to rot. Yeah, I'm still thinking what it could be. I'm stuck in my head, making all the wrong moves. The wells from the dead say I'm breaking all the wrong Who's to blame? It's all the same. Our hearts are charred from the unruly flame. I'm so tired of this. Guess I'm just not that strong. So now I'm trapped with my thoughts and the same damn song. I'm stuck in my head.
Okay, so now I think this is particularly good. Oh. Oops, I need to use this over here.
Wasted all of this life so that my hate could finally feed. It's crazy for me to think that all of this ends without a bleed. Enough with the nonsense, I'm stuck on the offense. I'm trying so hard not to lose. It needs to be confessed, my troubles were repressed, and now I'm just
Let's see, let's see.
I'm bruising my own skin to hold down the demon, and still I find I'm in love. I can't stop with the fury. I'm so sorry. Who's to blame? It's all the same. The battle's won, still it's a goddamn shame. I'm so tired of this, thinking I did no wrong. So now I'm stuck here just writing the same damn song. I'm stuck in my head, making all the wrong moves. The wells from the dead say I'm breaking all the wrong I wasted all of this life so that my hate could finally feed. It's crazy for me to think that all of this ends without a bleed.
Okay.
Enough with the nonsense. I'm stuck on the offense. I'm trying so hard not to lose. It needs to be confessed, my troubles.
Now I need to update the other file. So here's our example file. And I just want to switch all of the foo to my and get rid of the junk. Like a decaf or something. Bad food. No. There we go. Excellent. I'll make sure that they didn't remove it in today's insane world. There we go. That's what I wanted. Dang it. Go to the encryption. There we go. Oh, let's see. How close is it? How close? Did we... Yeah. There's not really much we can do there. Okay. I want to make sure that both of the examples actually work before I commit them. Dang it. Okay. Looks like these work. Oh, mine that client ID? Okay. Let's go check that out real quick. Okay. How do I temporarily set quiet or what was the other one I'm setting? Pager. I don't think there's anything else I can do. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and add these. One other thing I'd like to do. Create raw example view. A view named raw example view for this and show an example of how to use it. Okay. I'm a little confused. Create or replace. Select star from raw example view. That's what I thought. Okay, why is this not working then? All right. All right. All right, once again, I don't think we need that start and end of example anymore. But I do think that we ought to get these to match in their width. In fact, maybe we ought to get a go really wide, like this wide. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 5. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. Okay. Okay. I think that looks good enough. With one caveat, which is that we have to have echo for all of this. Let's see how this looks. Okay, spacing looks good there. I actually prefer to get rid of that space. That's fine. So definitely want to get rid of one of the spaces there and then call it good. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie! Let's make sure that this still works. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go check out that pull request here. What's up, man? How you doing, Dylan? Load per dB RC, add session config plus encryption examples. Enough said. Follow up to okay. Okay, I want to go back here. And oh, we need to go ahead and close that out. But first I'm going to go back here. Oh, I'm losing it, man. It's close to 2. It's been a very long week. I'm very, very close to closing my eyes and maybe never opening them again. Probably not. I'll probably be fine. I'll probably wake up a-okay. Okay, so here we go. This is good. And then I think I want to add that encryption example to here. You work for a big tech dude. No, I don't. Oh, are you talking about Hunar? I sleep every night. It's just no, I'm not on any don't go to sleep medicine other than Mountain Dew. But no, I sleep every night. It's just I'm also up every night. I'm using Zorin OS and it works for me. Should I go for a distro like Arch Linux? Brah. Arch Linux is for noobs. Okay? How are you gonna flex with Arch Linux? Like, oh, look at me. I can take an easy Linux for babies. No. Gentoo. Stage 1 tarball. Grow yourself some chicharrones. Let the hair come out everywhere. You'll hit puberty. As for me, I've matured past all that. I use Ubuntu and Alpine. What time zone am I in? America, Denver. So it's 2 a.m. right now. It's time for me to go to bed. I was hoping to get more done. But this was, yeah, every time, like, just further down the rabbit hole. But this was such a good one. Finding out about this, because one of the problems is there needs to be a way to automate a good developer experience. Not just to have a good developer experience, but to automate a good developer experience. Where somebody can use a tool that's in a scripts folder that is init. And then it outlines creating this file, creating this file, creating this file, creating this file. You're good to go. You're set up to use the database in the appropriate way. And so if we're going to have lots of encrypted values in the database, there needs to be a way for somebody to get in and to be able to look at the unencrypted values. So, here's an example of that. If you just query the database, here's what you're going to see. You're going to see stuff that looks like that. But if you use one of the views that decrypts it, then you'll get this. I think I could make that example even better by having two views. One view with encrypted data and one view that, so if you select that view, the data is encrypted, or I guess a temporary table, create a temporary table. And if you select that, but can you create a view on a temporary table? No, we can't create views on temporary tables. That was the whole thing. Yeah, okay. Well, if we can create this view. All right, anyway. So that's all good now. So we should just go ahead and, what am I doing? Get switch main, get rebase, feed pSQL, get push. Push, push. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna drop this here in case, using encrypted database tables. Oh man, one advice. You have to find within you what you like to do it, tell other people that you're doing it. No. Scratch that. Scratch that. I mean, that's important. But the next step, because I'm going to give you two pieces of advice. So, okay, let me finish that. Yeah. Pick the things that you're personally interested in. Tell people you're interested about them. Work on them. And then show people what you did. Blog, YouTube, whatever. Okay, next is go do work for your friends for free. So find a buddy who runs a coffee shop or a car repair shop or a farm or a dental practice, whatever. Go find a buddy who is in some work or has parents in some work and just ask them what problems they have. And then see if you can fix their problems. Just fix their problems for free. And then that's not how you get a job in 6 weeks. That's how you get a job over years and continue to have opportunities. Is you just talk with people about what they're interested in and what their problems are, and say, I wonder if I could fix that. You mind if I try to fix that? I think I could do it. I think I could do it by this. Do you think that would work? Okay, cool. Let's try it and see. Yeah, just do stuff. Somebody says, man, I just wish I could scroll through Facebook faster. You say, I wonder if I could make a little widget for the browser that would just make the page scroll faster. Yeah, do it. And then give it to your friend. That's how it's worked for me. Have I ever had a cold job? I don't know if I've ever had a cold lead job. I don't think I have. Oh, okay. Anyway. Yeah, so that's good. Still didn't get as far as I wanted to. Got basically nothing done in terms of moving the goal forward. So to Monday, maybe I have a little bit of time tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I don't think. I'm pretty sure I won't be. I try to just take Sundays to spend with the fam, hang out, go to church, eat, sleep. Yeah, it's hitting me hard tonight anyway. Okay. Yeah, there's always one more thing. Just one more. Anyway, I'm really glad to do this, to have done this. I think I played with this at some point years ago. Let me see. Cool Age 86, Postgres, Encrypt. Let's see what pops up. Let's see. Search isn't as good as it used to be. It used to be really, really good at finding my own blogs and whatnot. I wonder what this is about, though. This was recently. Just 2 years ago? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember what this is. Yep. Okay. Alright, we got too many things going on now. Let's close these out. Throw this one back over here. Good old Jippity. Throw this one back over here to look at later, because that seems like something I do want to do. Actually, maybe just throw that over here. Okay. Okay, I had the miscellaneous documentation here. I'm gonna bring this back in. I think I care too much about all that prompt stuff. There we go. Alright, shall we raid somebody? I always forget to do that. Also, let's check out what are the most amazing tweets life has to offer. Okay. I meant to go to Twitch and instead I went to Twitter. You know how it is. Alright, we got Coffee Elf doing music. Maybe not. Oh, is that the girl, the Evangelion icon? Yeah, I think it is. We got a Yoshi coder. Yoshi Gaming. Let's see, ASMR programming, just the keyboard, no talking. I don't know. Doesn't look like we got a lot going on. Nobody else is on. If y'all have any suggestions for who to raid, I'm up for it. But I don't see anybody to raid right now, so I'm just gonna close out these last couple of... okay, we close those out. Do we have anything else over here? Do I have anything else over here I need to close out? I got that good. Okay, so this is actually really good. I'm really glad that I found out about this. This is something I'd wish I'd known about years ago, of course. So much of this stuff is, whenever you deep dive, whenever you really just give yourself the time to deep dive, good things come out of it. The most important thing to me, however, is that I'm probably going to have to go back to client work and not have finished this and look at all these files I have. So the most important thing for me is perhaps tomorrow to just, and maybe I will stream because it'll probably take me 2 or 3 hours just to do it, but just to get things in a state where it's like, okay, let me take what I got and get things committed. Like these scripts that all work and everything. Get rid of this stuff. Was foo ink, yeah. Foo. Get rid of the foos. Yeah, I need to go through and make sure I'm in a good place so that when I pick this project back up again, I'm not spending a full day getting back into it, that I know right where I left off, that I've got the tools that I need. You know, so the things that I would have done most recently is I did all the encryption stuff so that we can load fixtures into an encrypted table and create a view of that table, maybe even a materialized view. No, not a materialized view. Create a view of that table that has that when you access the view, you can see the data unencrypted. That's where I want to be. Thanks for the sub. Somebody just subbed. Let's see. Got any notifications? I don't know. But yeah, I need to get this in a good place. Because I probably got to go back to client work. I've kind of eaten up my buffer, and I've got a meeting on Tuesday. I mean, maybe Monday. Mondays are usually a kind of a rough day for me anyway. Just because I've got JavaScript Jabber in the morning, and then that just, I don't know, for some reason that just kind of, I don't get to work until 2 p.m. So, yeah. What is this list? Oh, right. I was testing how some stuff worked. Maybe just get rid of a few of these files real quick. Okay, formatted. Okay. I was testing something there. I don't think we need the up. Just kind of get stuff out of the way. Examples. So where I was at was looking into the examples. We can get rid of the mem store, I think. I'll leave the mem store because it may have some utility in the future. But we're pretty much done with that. We're gonna roll that in. Whoops. Anyway, y'all have a good night. I'll catch you later. And we will eventually get to the point I wanted so bad, but not badly enough, because I wanted to go down these other rabbit holes. That's the problem. It's like the programming is more fun than the collecting payments, but the collecting payments is what makes it so you can keep having fun programming. So I need to actually get to the point where I'm collecting the payments, but I want to get to the point where I can take at least a guest checkout. Like Monday is very possible because everything else is in place. I just got to load a few tables. Let's see. SQL migrations. Was it migrations? It was like pay gateway. Okay. So I just got to load up the pay gateways table with data that I want to be encrypted. And I need to be able to create the inserts so that I can insert the data in plain text and pull it out as plain text. I also can probably do the decryption in straight node without the initialization value. I think I can do that. I think I can get a little node cipher that's compatible with the Postgres cipher for these values. So base URL, API secret, whatever. So I just need to put those into the table, and then we need to when we go to tokenize the credit card, we need to create the customer here with a host customer ID, and then we look up the information from the gateway. We'll decrypt the base URL and the API secret. We'll probably just actually keep that in. Well, we don't need to worry about it. And then we're going to create a pay vault, which is going to be the tokenized credit card. So that's it. That's what we got. And then there's two options. The guest checkout, save me for next time, or don't save me for next time. So if it's a save me for next time, then it goes through this process. If it's not a save me for next time, it doesn't go through this process. And then we need to have an order table, the customer order table, which I think could just be an order table. I don't think we need to extend that relationship further. So it's just an orders table. And it would be, or a transactions table, I guess, because an order could happen one time and then a transaction could be recurring. So I could create an order for a subscription, but I guess we just have a subscription table and an orders table. We probably have a licenses table. We probably have a table for each type of thing. And then they all reference the transactions table is probably what it'll look like. And then we'll maybe duplicate a little data in the transactions table. Anyway, so that's where we're at. That's kind of what it's going to look like. And thanks for tuning in. It's great having you. It's been really fun seeing a higher number of average people every night. Since I've been coding more the last 2 weeks. I don't think we really kicked over 10, but I mean, we don't need to. It's just cool. It's just cool to have some people to look down and see the number, even if I'm being quiet and you're being quiet and all that. Just see the number like, oh, cool. Some people are here. We're chilling together a little bit. All right. Adios. Oh, wait. Finally took the time to learn stuff that it's been years that I didn't ever learn it. And I learned it tonight, and that's awesome.